We are live here in Elmira for tonight's game between your Elmira Pioneers and the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. These teams have had 4 thrilling matches this season. The Pioneers 1-3 in them, the Tarp Skunks 3-1. The Pioneers enter this game in a small losing skid, 2 losses in a row, and are currently 6-9. The Jamestown Tarp Skunks enter this game after a recent win against the Niagara Power and sit at 11-7. Pioneers tonight will be wearing their standard gray home kits back at Dunn Field. Jamestown will be wearing a black kit alongside blue numbering. I'm Taylor Storthy, and the game is about to get going. We're finishing up pre-game routines right now. While player introductions finish up, I'll read you out the starting lineup for your Elmira Pioneers. Hunter Kendall and Brody Bartenstein form the battery. Kendall making a return to the mound tonight. Brody Bartenstein behind home plate. From third to first in the infield, we've got Aiden Blake making a return to the lineup. Johnny Wall shifting to short. Kyle Shimoleski returning to second base. Bobby Marsh at first. In left field, making his first appearance in the outfield, Joe Muzio. Alex Lucini making his second start as an Elmira Pioneer in center field, and Cooper Smith out in right field. Max Madler and Frank Wayman are the designated and extra hitters tonight. See Kendall going out to the mound now. And the rest of the team coming out to the first baseline. So the Tarp Skunks as we get ready for the national anthem and the full. For Cooper Witt singing the national anthem once again. that, we're going to have the first pitch in 1 second. And once the first pitch is concluded, we will be ready for some Pioneers baseball. Strike one on the first pitch. It is time to play ball. We're back at Dunn Field, June 25th, a beautiful Saturday night. We are ready to go. There we go. I actually just realized 1 second that I had a... And now, we are truly all set. Hunter Kendall finishing up his warm-up. He'll be the starting pitcher for your Elmira Pioneers. This season, Hunter Kendall is a 3.38 ERA in 3 starts and 13 innings. He's 0 for 1. He's only allowed a 163 opposing batting average. Apart from Joel Sofsky, that's actually the best out of the entire Pioneers pitching staff. The only problem with him? Well, he's occasionally given up a few walks. He has a 7-to-14 strikeout to walk ratio. However, he started to get that control down throughout further games. If he can keep his control good tonight, he'll be able to have a solid start against the Tarp Skunks. The first 3 due up for Jamestown will be Nate Johnson, Hardigan, and Chris Bay. 3 dangerous hitters for the Pioneers to have to deal with. And some discussions on the mound really quickly. Are they talking about field condition? Something is delaying the start. If you're tuning in, thank you for watching Pioneers Baseball. Pioneers do play a game tomorrow, but unfortunately, due to some logistical issues, I will not be able to be calling that game, so it likely won't be streamed. However, we'll be back at Dunn Field on Monday, and that game will be streamed, of course, when the Pios take on Cortland. I think this now would be a good time just to discuss, I think, the previous night's game for the Elmira Pioneers. The Pioneers went out to Utica for the second time this season. They took an 8-4 loss on the road, all 4 runs coming in the 9th inning. They were able to get bases loaded too, but they weren't able to secure the victory, even though they got close. Rutkin had a solid relief stint, going from inning number 4 to inning number 9. He was credited with the victory, while Braden Coletta, after surrendering the few runs, was given the loss. Johnny Wall went 2 for 4 as the best Pioneer hitter. Meanwhile, Daedric Kale went 1 for 3. His 2 RBIs proved to be a difference maker in the game. Pioneers struggled again last night. They had taken a recent loss to Geneva. 2 tough games on the road. Team spirits are still doing well, though. Pioneers falling a bit further behind in the division hunt, but not too far off from 4th place. In fact, we're going to cut to commercial just for a second while we wait for this to be resolved. I'm Taylor Sorley. Stay tuned. Pioneers baseball should be coming soon. Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Game will begin shortly. We just needed some last-second fixes to the mound. It just wasn't fully set right. Then in a few minutes, we should be back to game time. In the meantime, make sure you jot that number down and get yourself some tickets to Dunn Field for future games. Next home game will be on Monday. We're back at Dunn Field. Looks like we'll finally be able to get to play shortly. Hunter Kendall finishes his warm-up. He's the starting pitcher for your Elmira Pioneers. So the delay we had just now, well, that was thanks to the mound not being fully ready. Now it is, and we are just about ready to play ball. Johnson, Hardigan, Bay. The 3 due up. Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Pioneers looking to improve against the Tarp Skunks to 2-3. Currently 1-3 in the season series. "86 degrees in Elmira. It's a particularly warm day, and it got up to 93 earlier. Things will get cooler as the game progresses. 8:47 is this estimated sunset. At the end of the game, we could see temperatures reaching as low as 74. Wonder how that will really affect play. But we're finally ready to get underway. First up, Nate Johnson. First pitch, ball 1. 1-0 here from Kendall. That's up high as well. I think at this point, Johnson just being told to take until he sees a strike. That one's inside, 3-0. Could see Johnson get on base to start off this game. Strike 1, getting the outside corner. Time of the first pitch was 7:26 p.m. And ball 4. So Johnson gets a board of 5 pitches. That's his 8th free base of the season off of walks. That's going to bring up Hardigan with a runner on first. Let's go Pios chant trying to be generated here. Count now 0-1 after that strike 1 taken on the outside. Second pitch from Kendall looks back over at first. Fouled away. 0-2 now. To Kendall. One and 2, that one just landing outside. Johnson this season, 5 stolen bases. Wonder if he's going to go for number 6 right here. Doesn't, instead take a big lead, and that's going to be out number 1, swing and miss from Hardigan. One away now. Cody Bay up here with 1 out. That's low, ball 1. One here. Foul back. Count goes 1-1 now. Bay hitting .311 this season. He's also an OPS of .828. He's played 17 games at third base for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. That's all but 1 this season. That's high, ball 2. Two one. 3-1 now. One away, runner on. Runner goes in the 3-1. Bartenstein holds on to it. 2 aboard, 1 out. Up steps Lane. Brandon Lane. 8 RBIs. He's gotten on base only with 2 walks this season and 2 hit by pitches. So he's a little less disciplined than a few of his teammates. That could go into the advantage for Kendall. And by the way, that was walk number 14 in the season for Bay, who leads his team. Strike 1 taken inside. As a team, Jamestown Tarp Skunks with a .368 on base percentage. They're hitting .257 for their average. But Kendall, a type of pitcher who limits base hits, even though sometimes he can let a few free bases go. That one nearly broke back into the zone. Count 1-1. And by the way, Hunter Kendall, he's had 16 at-bats with runners on base. He's only given up 2 hits with runners in scoring position all year. Steps off and looks back to second just to keep Johnson there. At the collegiate level, we've seen the double steal work time and time again. Wonder if Bartenstein will be able to get runners if they do go for it. 1-1. Inside, 2-1. Still tied game here in the first inning. 1 away. That's outside. Ball 3. The late break made it so it was hard for Bartenstein to get. And on the 3-1, I expect both runners to be going. They tried a double steal, or they tried to steal in this position last time. I have a feeling they're going to do it again, while Lane is just going to take this pitch. And they call time. Jamestown thinking it over. Johnson goes. That one's going to be grounded up to short. Can't get the force. They're going to go home, and that's the first run of the ball game. So it's a good attempt on the play there by Johnny Wall, but he was just a second late to get Bay out. He stole just in time, and Johnson simply just kept running. Jamestown takes a 1-run lead. Two away. Now there's a man on second. 2 outs. That's outside, ball 1. O'Shaughnessy up now. The lefty hitter. He's got a runner in scoring position. And Kendall just get out of the inning. That one's going to be popped to the center field. Alex Lucini under it. And the inning is over. Pios surrender 1 run on no hits, no errors, 1 left to board. Free bases did the damage. Pioneers are going to be up now for the bottom of the first. We'll be right back with more Pioneers baseball. We are back at Dunn Field. Max Mandler leading off for your Elmira Pioneers. Here's the first pitch. Inside, ball 1. One-0 here. Strike 1 now. Mandler returns to the lineup after resting last night. And that one's going to be popped up. O'Shaughnessy under it. That'll be out number 1. So a quick start to the inning for the Pios. Mandler not able to draw his long bat magic this time. Now the Pioneers, they're known for keeping it late. The total runs scored has actually increased by 4 to 70 on the year. However, first inning, they remained relatively cold. Innings 1 through 5, they only scored 18 runs, 52 runs when it's from innings 6 through 9. That's a pretty big amount of runs they score late. And we saw that last night. They weren't able to get any offense going until the 9th. So it's never over until it's over against the Pios. But that certainly can be annoying for pitchers like Kendall, Coletta, and Sokol, who might have had less early run support than they want from their starts. Notably Sokol, who's had very good starts this year, but he's 0 for 3 with a no decision when he really should have at least one win in those groups of starts. Outside, 1-2 now. Second pitch was a strike. Bottom of the first at Dunn Field. Jamestown was able to get a run aboard. It's up to the Pios to do the same. Mandler, Wayman, Marsh, the first 3 up. Mandler already popped out. Mandler, 2-2 count now. Mandler and Wayman as the EH and DH today. That one's going to be grounded sharply to Shed, who just waits and lobs it to first. So, with 2 away now, let's talk about Eli Shed. He's a player that Spartan fans can recognize. He's faced them 2 times this season, with 2 starts against them. The Wagner lefty has done well this season. A 2.77 ERA in 3 starts. He's 1-0 through 13 innings. He concedes less than a 200 batting average against the Spartan, or Pios. Why did I say Pios? Jeez. Bobby Marsh fouls the first pitch off. 0-1. Marsh. He's facing lefty. That's a difficult situation because lefties are the one weakness Bobby Marsh has. He's fooled by that one. 0-2 now. Pios hoping to not go down in order. Coach Drum said he'd relatively disappointed with their 2-strike approaches from time to time. He wants them to improve it. Can Marsh put coach's request into practice? He takes a good pitch right there. We'll get another shot now. 1-2 against Shed, looking to get through a clean first inning. Fouled away. 1-2 now. Bobby Marsh still at the plate. Marsh back at his usual first base spot tonight, as Muzio takes Marsh's spot in left field. That one's in the dirt, ball 2. We can see the shift in play against Bobby Marsh. Very nicely illustrated from the stream angle. 3 infielders to the right, anticipating Marsh pulling it. He does usually hit it that direction. That time, won't hit it at all. The inside breaker gets him looking for the final out of the inning. Pios go down 1-2-3. Jamestown leads 1-0. We'll be back. Second inning of play right after this. We are back at Dunn Field. Thank you, C-Tran, the smart way to go, for sponsoring your Elmira Pioneers for the second inning of play. Google Chemung Transit to learn more about their accessible transit services throughout Chemung County. Thanks again to C-Tran. Kendall's warm-up's finished, and we are ready to go for the second inning. A well-executed steal on a ball that could have been a double play brought the one run home for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, even though they didn't have a hit. Now up for the Tarp Skunks is going to be Thompson. King and Davis are going to follow up as the other two guaranteed batters this inning. Top of the second, ready to go now here at Dunn Field. Swing and a miss, strike one. Oh, 1 here. Swing and a miss, strike two. Thompson down quickly on two swings. He's hitting .266 this season. And goes down looking, strike three. Quick start to the inning for Hunter Kendall. Good for Kendall, able to get that first out as King steps up. Jordan King takes strike one. Fouled away, 0-2. Oh-2 now to King. Fouls that one off. Still an 0-2 count. King, that's hitting .207 against righties, does actually a little bit better against lefties. So he's staying alive in this at-bat. 0-2 again. King back in the box. One and two. Fouled away again. So drawing a very long at bat here is King. Foul back. And finally, King goes down looking after a long at-bat. Oof. Good job for him to stay alive. We'll get some credit because the team is leading. A run here isn't the most important thing, but he does go down looking. He'll be disappointed. Kendall will be relieved. 2 away here. Here comes Davis. Strike one. That breaker landing in the zone. We know Kendall likes to try to locate it. We saw him locating it a little bit less often in the first inning. But looks like he's got a hold of it in inning number 2. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. One more pitch away from striking out the side. In the dirt, ball 1. And oof. Well, it won't be a 1-2-3 inning. That one bouncing off of Davis. I think it hit squarely in the pad, which is a good sign. Davis, I think, more than happy just to get on base. Now, Magley comes up. 1 on, 2 out. That's the 3rd base runner conceded by Kendall. That one nearly gets away from Bartenstein. He's back on it quickly. So it's Dan Maglio up now. (1-0), first time that Kendall's actually gotten behind a batter this inning. Gets back leaving, 1-1. That was weird. I was trying to say gets back level and then thought, oh, I should say gets back even. And it turned into 11, like level even. Well, an even count here, 1-1. You got the runner on first. He goes. The throw from Bartenstein. Good grab, but didn't get the tag. Shimoleski, good job to keep it from going to the outfield, but Davis gets his stolen base. Love the energy, though, from Chmielewski. (2-1), taken on that inside corner. Strike 2 now. So Kendall 1 more pitch away from keeping it clean through 2 and keeping the deficit at 1. Runner tries to go. And nope, he's safe. Or they're calling time. So in that play, the Jamestown Tarp Skunks pulled something that the Pioneers sometimes do when they've got a runner on third, which is send a premature steal to see if they can force a little throwing error that gets a runner home. It actually worked one time, but the umpires, I don't think, are liking it. They're telling the runner to get back to second. I think they're saying that that runner just went too early and that Kendall wasn't even set. So, still a 2-2 count, runner on second, 2 away. That might help Drum out, as he might not call for that play later in this game, seeing how the umpires rule on it. 2-2. I expect that Davis will go on this pitch, though. That one's going to be grounded. Marsh picks it up, and that'll be the final out of the inning. 2 strikeouts, 1 runner that's left stranded, consists of the second inning for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Thank you, C-Tran, for sponsoring this inning. More Pioneers baseball back right after this. Due up, Johnny Wall, Alex Lucini, and Cooper Smith. Top of the second underway back at Dunn Field. Leading off, we've got number 28, Johnny Wall. Johnny Wall's really solidified himself into the starting lineup for the Pioneers. He had an interesting play earlier in the first inning, taking it to second. I don't think Kyle was ready to cover the bag, and because of being just a few steps behind, one of the runs came home from Jamestown. I'll have to go back and review that play and see exactly what happened. But regardless of that, Wall has played very good defense all season, and last night went 2 for 4, the best Pio hitter. He takes strike 1 right here. Wall looking to be the first hit for the Spartans. They went down in order back in the first inning. Strike 2. So Wall needs to focus up here. He wants to try to get past Eli Shed. 2-2 outside. Now, generally, the Pioneers don't mind facing left-handed pitchers. As a team, they're hitting .232 against them, which is better than their .172 average against righties. Wall is hitting .286 against lefties, a little bit weaker against righties. 3-2 count now after he took ball 3. And ball 4. Wall gets to be the first Pioneer base runner. That's going to bring up Alex Lucini. He's in his second game as a Pioneer this season. He returned from the Pios last year. In game 1, he got on base with a walk, but couldn't do anything else in a quiet day for the team. He did score on that one walk, though. Now can Lucini get his first hit back in a Pios jersey? Well, he gets hit, so 2 aboard now. That's going to bring up Cooper Smith. Joe Muzio's on deck. Only a very weird triple play would prevent Muzio from getting a crack this inning. And we know how good Cooper Smith is. He's played very well in center field, but honestly has been just as good or even better in right field. Smith this season hitting .234, leads the team in strikeouts, but also does have 7 free bases. If he avoids getting a strikeout here, he could potentially help the Pios get a runner in better position. He's going to drop a bunt down. That works to perfection. He even beats the throw. Small ball saving the day for the Pios. Bases loaded now for Joe Muzio. And that is what happens when free bases open up an opportunity. Drum was saying he doesn't need heroes, he just needs players to play team baseball, and they are doing just that there. The infield not going completely in here, but you will see the first and third baseman closer. No one out. Base is full. And oof, inside ball one. Muzio very close to the plate with his batting stance. So I will say the catcher was saying, hey, where was the strike? Muzio's just close enough to let it not be one. Muzio hitting .429 against lefties. He's doing much better against lefties than righties, so this is actually a bread and butter matchup for him. Takes strike one there as that one's on that outside corner. It's still early on, but you know what, Muzio? We need you bad. Can you help us out? This base is loaded spot, and they're just going to have a quick conference on the mound, catcher and pitcher. There was a close play last night at home plate that it got overturned. I asked Muzio about it, and he did confirm he was out on that play, similar to an overturn the last time these two teams played at Dunn Field. That was a very controversial one that ended the game. Now 1-1 to Muzio. He checks up, but I think he went. Yes, he did. 1-2. That's a shame. He tried to hold up there, but he just committed too much. 1-2 now. Shed is trying to get out of this little bases loaded jam. Still would need 3 outs. Inside. Wow. That was a very good attempt to frame it there by Maglio, but the umpire wasn't fooled. 2-2. I'll say Maglio, for good measure, held it out there for about 10 seconds extra to see if he could get the umpire to change his mind. 2-2 to Muzio. Let's crank it up for Dunn Field. It's that one, ball 2. Or 3-2 now. So this is a really tricky pitch. What can Muzio do here? Full count, bases loaded. Muzio sends that out to left field. Should be shallow enough. It drops. They don't even get the out at third. Muzio on the scene. Got a runner and a pickle at second. But both runners safe. Muzio, an RBI single. Pioneers tie it up. One swing of the bat for Muzio is all it takes. Kyle Shimoleski up now. He's got runners with bases loaded. Can Kyle Shimoleski get this offense and keep it going? First pitch taken, strike one. Shimoleski returns to the lineup. He's been in it on and off. He's occasionally featured as a pinch hitter for the Pios. Can he help bring another run home and give the Pios the lead? That's outside, ball 1. Shimoleski's had 2 at-bats with bases loaded. He's brought home 1 RBI. Shimoleski pops one up. Should be foul unless they can get to it. They cannot. Strike 2. Got 63 viewers. Welcome. And by the way, thank you to Salins, the official hot dog for your Elmira Pioneers, for sponsoring this bottom half of the inning. Whenever you visit Pios Field, you can go get yourself some Salins at our concession stand. Thanks again to Salins for sponsoring your Elmira Pioneers. Here's the 1-2. Shimoleski takes that one high and inside. Ball 2. Dunn Field excited here, bottom of the second. Pioneers haven't gotten too many of those runs in the early innings, but finally today put themselves in position to do so. Fouled away, Shimoleski stays alive. Aiden Blake on deck. After him's Brody Bartenstein. With no outs, barring a double play, that could be the 3 batters we expect to see at minimum. But obviously, a quick fielding play could change that. 2-2 now to Shimoleski. Foul back. He stays alive. Now, entering this game, Shed, when dealing with bases loaded, has let up 1 hit in 5 at-bats. That's changed now to 2 and 6 after that Muzio RBI single. Shimoleski's popped that one up. Likely brings a run home. It's caught it short. Runners stay put. 1 out away. That was definitely shallower than it looked. That's going to bring up Aiden Blake. He's now got bases loaded. Can Aiden Blake be someone the team needs? Inside, ball 1. You could tell Maglio, as he holds it there, he's trying to get those strike calls. He's not able to. Those are some very close pitches, though. We've also seen some borderline balls go the way for the Tarp Skunks at the plate as well. Swing and a miss, strike 1. That ball breaking down fooled Aiden Blake. Pioneers are able to put on a similar runner parade and the bases loaded early back in their win against the Auburn Double Days. They scored 2 in the first inning against one of the Auburn's best pitchers. They consequently then conceded 4 off an error, but came back to win. That one's a souvenir for the roof. Count goes 1 and 2. So I think this type of inning is exactly what the Pios needed. After 2 games where they had really struggled for offense until at best the 7th and at worst the 9th, they now have got the game tied and a chance to score even more. Bases loaded, 1-1, 1-2 count. And this time, gets him there. And I'll say that one probably should have been a ball. But if you called one of the earlier ones that was borderline a strike, would have been the same result. So Blake down looking. 2 away now. Very close calls, though, whenever you're flirting with the edges of the strike zone. We've seen umpires with extended zones. I know the last time that Pioneers played the Tarp Skunks at home, that right side of the plate for lefty batters was an absolute dead zone for strikes. Any pitch thrown there was called. Even if lefty hitters were moving away inside, if it was there, it was a strike. And that's not something you blame the umpire for. That's something you have to just adjust to. Because umpires have their own zones. Players got to deal with it. Now up, Brody Bartenstein, bases loaded. That one's low, strike 1. So I think I have a feeling this umpire might start to call those inside pitches a little more for strikes. Infield back to normal depth with 2 away. That's outside, ball 1. But again, the established strike zone, something batters just got to deal with. And Coach Drummond even mentioned that too. Because that's how it is in real life. Sometimes an established zone is going to be a lot shorter, smaller, or larger. It's just something that in summer ball you can get practice with firsthand. Wild pitch. The tying run has scored. The go-ahead run has scored. Cooper Smith almost scored, but he stays back. So a wild pitch brings Alex Lucchini home. It's now a 3-2 game. Runners in second and third. It's now a 2-1 game. Two-one here. That one's going to be outside. I think ball 3. Swing and a miss. 3-2 count now. I do apologize. I think we had a bit of a lag spike there. Okay, we're back up and running, I think. I do apologize. Lag spiked, but the Pios now lead 2-1. They got a runner home on a wild pitch. But Bartenstein can't do anything more. He goes down, the strikeout to end the inning. So I'll just give you a quick rundown in case that lag spike had caught out. The runs scoring. Wild pitch brought home Alex Lucchini, but Bartenstein can't keep the inning alive. Thank you again, the Salins. Top of the third, right after this. We played too many road games in a row. I didn't realize that the inning was pointing upwards. Well, we'll be back right after this. I'm Taylor Storley. You're watching Elmira Pioneer Baseball. And once again, apologies if the run scoring was cut out. There was a little bit of a lag spike in the middle of this inning. That's just sometimes standard when it comes to streaming. I apologize again. But we're back, ready for more Pioneers baseball. Bottom of the second, done and dusted. Pioneers score 2 runs, 2 hits. No errors apart from that wild pitch. Bases left loaded. Tarp Skunks chance to respond here. Here comes Jake McGee. He's the designated hitter. Ball 1 right there. It's Kanye McGee. My bad. I think there was a Jake McGee on another team I got confused with. McGee fouls that one off, 1-1. Hunter Kendall did a great job in the second inning, getting the first 2 batters out via strikeout, and after one pitch went a little too far to the inside and hit a batter, got the final out of the inning to get out of it cleanly. Swing and a miss. McGee goes down swinging. That's going to be strike 2. Outside, ball 2. 2-2 count. So McGee staying alive in the at-bat. Two and two. Kanye McGee's had 2 at-bats as a leadoff this season. He's actually gotten a hit in one of them. What can he do now? Swing and a miss. He goes down for Kendall's 4th strikeout of the game. Already showing some heat on the mound. And that electrifying stuff that we know and love. At Houghton last season, Kendall was one of the best players in their pitching staff, and he had nearly double the strikeouts of any pitcher on his team. Even though his numbers from a visual perspective might not look like absolutely god-tier quality, Houghton as a pitching staff really struggled. So Kendall's numbers were among the best. That first pitch is outside, ball 1. Strike 2. You can find it on this next pitch. It's 1-1 count. This time, oof, wow. That was called ball 2. That one looked like a strike. 2-1 here. That time, 2-2. It's Johnson's second at bat here. He got on base via walk the last time and scored the only run for Jamestown. He's going to ground that over to first. Marsh picks it up, but he can't. Marsh, a costly error on that play, just misjudging the ball. We rarely see Marsh bobble those, but it's the game of baseball. Things happen. That's why we play the game. And so that time, there's now a runner on, 1 away. Hardinger up now. And that's actually Bobby Marsh's first error of the season, period. 1 on, 1 away. Ball 1, a little bit low. I will say, surely though, Kendall already having an out helps him a lot in this situation. It also opens up a potential double play ball. Hardigan struck out in his first at-bat. That time it's going to be grounded up. Johnny Wall, that is a very unfortunate bounce off the bag. Runner holds up at third, and the first hit of the game comes off of one that is just what do you do? Wall was tracking that very well. It looked like he would have at least got the out at first, or maybe a fielder's choice at second, but it bounces off the bag the opposite direction. And it allows Johnson to run all the way to third. Hardigan stays at first. That's going to bring up Chris Bay with 2 aboard, 1 away. Kendall had no hits through 3 innings up until that at bat. 2 1/3, no hit for Kendall. Runner goes to second, but Bartenstein just holds on to it it'll probably be graded as a passed ball. Pass ball, wild pitch. I think it's going to be graded as the official wild pitch. Count now 1-0. Infield playing further in now since there is just one out and no real double play opportunity. That one's going to be grounded to short. Kendall throw home. That one gets away from Bartenstein, and it's now a 3-1 lead. Sorry, 3-2 lead for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. It's a hit from Bay, but an errant throw from Kendall brings Hardigan home as well as Johnson. So just disappointing there. Kendall looking to just get that ball to home plate as quick as he could. Just takes a weird hop away from Bartenstein. I think I've mentioned how chaotic these games are. And apparently that's actually just going to be graded as an error on him fully. That one's going to be popped up. Smith gets under it. Runner doesn't go to third. He stays at second. 2 away now. Here comes O'Shaughnessy with 2 outs. Thank you to Multimedia Services, this inning sponsor for your Pioneers. They provide us with all their signage out in the outfield. They can handle all your printing needs. Thanks again to Multimedia Services, helping out the Pioneers at Dunn Field in more ways than one. 2 away, O'Shaughnessy flew out last time. Strike 1 on that outside corner. The light's on, but sunset. Not going to be for another 20 minutes or so. The game just about to reach its first hour. We had about 20-minute delay just getting the mound set. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So Kendall trying to get out of the inning. And by the way, the scoreline, 3 runs on 1 hit, no errors. 2 runs on 2 hits and 2 errors. So very fun 2s all around the board, including a runner on base number 2. Stay like that, as that one's fouled back. Shaughnessy hitting .212 this season. He's got a bit of pop behind his bat. That's why he's up further in the order. Runner goes. Ball 1. No attempt there from Bartenstein. Bay on third now. O'Shaughnessy at the plate. That one's going to be lined to center field. Lucini getting under it. Makes a running catch to end the inning. I think he actually misjudged it at first, thinking that it was going to go deeper. But he gets back in time, and the inning is over. 2 runs score on just 1 hit. Notably, 2 errors. 1 left on base. More Pioneers baseball after this. Thanks again to Multimedia Printing and Services. We are back, bottom of the third inning. 3-2 lead for the Tarp Skunks. They're able to get 2 runners home on 1 errant throw. And I will say that really striking semblance to the game in Geneva where that errant throw had brought home all 4 runs on 1 play. For the Pios, at least, they get 1 less run for a deficit. Max Mandler, top of the order, is back up to lead off the top of the third. Popped out in his first at-bat. And strike 1. Hmm. 0-1 here. That one's going to be grounded over to short. Picked up, and the throw is on target. 1 away. Here comes Frank Wayman. He grounded out 2 shed in his first at-bat. Wayman's going to drive one deep right field. That one's going back off the wall. Wayman turns and heads to 2. He's up with a standing double. A big hit from Frank Wayman. And that does wonders for the Pios. Marsh now comes up with a runner on second. Can he overcome his hit slump against lefties, beating the platoon, and get Wayman home? Already have a reliever warming up for Jamestown. And after that long second inning, not surprised. Pioneers doing a good job to try to get the strong starter out early. Taken for ball 1. On deck, Johnny Wall. Only a double play would end the inning early. The red-hot hitting third baseman for the Pioneers, who's playing at shortstop tonight, could get his opportunity. 1-0. Outside, ball 2. And we see the catcher trying to frame it. I think Maglio's done a good job on a couple pitches tonight. Been very active at it. The umpire not giving him a lot. 2-0. And he steps off the bag, and to be fair, he didn't just fool Wayman. He also fooled Thompson, who wasn't ready to get back. Still 2-0 now to Marsh. We'll say, normally you do want to be careful around the better hitters of the other team, but against Marsh, you've got the platoon advantage. You can be more aggressive against him. That one's low, ball 3. And I'm not sure how much you really want to face Johnny Wall, not only considering that he's pretty good against lefties, but he's doing pretty good. Just drew a walk and was 2 for 4 yesterday. There's the reason he was moved up to the 4th spot today. That time, strike 1. I think 1 or 2 fans not too happy with it. But again, you won't win if you argue at Town Hall. 3-1. That one's outside, and Marsh gets a free pass. Johnny Wall up with 2 aboard, just 1 out. Wall this season hitting .250 and 32 at-bats. Here comes the pitching coach out to the mound. I don't think they're going to pull Shed unless they do really want to bring their righty in. I think he's just trying to prep him for this next 2 at-bats. I have a feeling, though, Shed's day could be done after this inning. Johnny Wall with runners on. He's hitting .227 with 22 at-bats in that position. He also has 4 RBIs. Put it to runners in scoring position. He is hitting .231. All his RBIs came with runners on scoring position. So can Wall continue that trend? He's got 1 out. And even though Wayman and Marsh aren't the most prolific base stealers, that doesn't stop Drum from being aggressive from time to time. First pitch to Johnny Wall right here. Swing and a miss there. Wall goes down on that first pitch. That one's going to be lined and just foul. Had a shot to get down the third baseline. If it did, it likely would have brought Wayman home, potentially Marsh too, if he had the gas on his legs. 0-2 now to Johnny Wall. On deck, Alex Lucchini. Smith is after Lucchini. And strike 3. Wall goes down looking, and he knew it on that pitch. 2 away now. 2 aboard. Thank you again to Papa John, sponsoring the Pioneers this half of the inning. They're the official pizza provider for your Elmira Pioneers, and you can get yourself a fresh slice when you go to the concession stand here at Dunn Field. Lucchini. He got hit by a pitch on the first pitch he saw from Eli Shed. Lucchini now with 2 away. Lucchini chops that over to first. That'll be a close play, but Shed gets there just in time. So very weird call there. It's a G3 or ground order 3-1. And by call, I just mean weird way to write it up. Shed was there by a step. Good effort from Lucchini, though. The inning is over. 1 hit, no errors, no runs, 2 left stranded. Pioneers baseball returns right after this with the top of the 4th inning. I'm Taylor Storthy, and thank you for tuning in, and stay tuned as this game continues. Top of the 4th here in Elmira. Thank you to Mets Candy Company for being this inning's sponsor. A 3-2 ball game. Pioneers had a chance to equalize, but just couldn't get it done. A strikeout looking from Wall, and a very close ground out from Alex Lucchini ended the previous inning. Warm-up from Kendall's finished. He'll resume his outing. He was the unlucky recipient of the error got sent 2 runs home that had given Jamestown the lead. And it was just a tough play. I think he just slipped up on that throw. Happens to the best of us. But he stayed very, very calm, very composed. After that, he was able to force 2 flyouts, and he's facing Thompson, who he struck out back in the second. That's inside, ball 1. Strike 1. Kendall's 4 Ks already. Can he keep that going with number 5? That's inside, ball 2. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And strike 3, oof, tough one there. The Pios have experienced similar tough calls in that outside corner. Kendall gets strikeout number 5. 1 away now, King comes up. Trying to bunt it, but it goes backwards for strike 1. Saw a bunt work for the Pios' favor previously with Cooper Smith. Oh, 1. Strike 2 there. So that inside corner getting a strike past King. When Kendall has been hot, he's been pretty hard to hit on. And he's going to get another swing and miss. King goes down for the second time today. Here comes Davis with 2 away now. He was hit by a pitch back in the second inning. So here's Jack Davis. That one's going to be grounded very shallow. Here's Johnny Wall. Barely can't get him. And Wall saving that. What would have been just a very simple hit, he turned into a close play. Great effort. Runner on first, 2 away. That's just the second hit of the game Kendall's given up. Both hits from Jamestown coming on pretty unfortunate plays. The first one, a bounced ball off the bag that Wall was trying to field. This one, an absolutely methodically slow dribbler that Wall nearly turned into an out. Strike 1, a bit low, but in the zone. Maglio up. He's grounded out last time. It was directly to Marsh to end the second inning. He's got a similar situation. A runner on first, 2 away, and the runner was the same as the last time. I wonder if Davis is going to go for a steal again. He jumps early. And no, he didn't get the tag. And Chmielewski disappointed. I'll say you just need more urgency if you're going to try to get runners out on plays like that. 2 away. On 1 count now. I have a feeling Davis might go for third. Instead, Kendall steps off. Just need more time. Strike 2 called on that pitch. So I'd say quite literally, now that same exact thing, a stolen base, has brought up another situation for Maglio. All he needs to do is ground out to Bobby Marsh, and it would be exactly like the top of the second. One, two. Steps off, looks back to second, but doesn't throw. Foul away. Maglio keeps alive. Inside, ball 2. Davis very active on second. Two, ball 3, and Davis, just uncontested, steals third. That's his third stolen base of the game. Pulling up Ricky Henderson numbers here. Runner on third. 2 away. Full count to Davis. Kendall just wants an extra second to think. Don't see any activity for the Pios yet in the bullpen. No reason to. Kendall hasn't been on too tough of a pitch count. And ball 4. Maglio draws a walk, and here comes McGee with 2 aboard. Two away. First pitch to McGee. That one's popped up. Playable. Can't get to it. Just a step behind. It's a shame for Aiden Blake, but the count now 0-1. Two away. Wonder if McGee's going to go for second. He does early. Fouled back. And because it was fouled back, McGee's going to actually have to go back. I think for Kendall, what's important is just focus on pitching and not to worry necessarily about base runners. Base running shenanigans can create the offense Jamestown needs. And here comes McGee again. But this time I think he's just going to let him go to second. They got McGee in a pickle. He's looking back at home. Throw back to Marsh. And they're just going to let McGee go. The tricky thing is of course, you got to be sure And if the runner does go from third to home, and you don't want them going when the ball's not in a secure spot. So in that situation, it's better just to let it go. That's the third stolen base this inning for Jamestown. And now puts 2 runners in scoring positions. Fouled away again, 0-2 still. Sun, I think, is officially set. It's 8:44. Still be light as the sun continues to go down. Fouled back. Oh-2. Kendall finally finds strike 3. The inning is over. 1 hit gets 1 runner aboard. But no one scores. 2 runners stranded. Entering the bottom of the 4th, Pios still trail by 1. Thanks again to Demet's Candy Company. Cooper Smith leads off for your Pioneers. Takes ball 1 to open the inning. Vasco Brands is this inning sponsor for your Elmira Pioneers. Thank you to Vasco Brands for helping the Pioneers' janitorial needs, and they can help you too. If you do ever reach out for Vasco Brands, just let them know the Pioneers sent you. Thanks again to Vasco Brands. 1-1 here to Smith. He got the first hit for the Pioneers. Back in the second. So we see Shed back on the mound. He's had a couple nerve-wracking innings in the second and third, including that second where 2 runs came home. 1 on a wild pitch, 1 on a Muzio RBI. 2-2 here. Third inning saw 2 runners get aboard off a Wayman double and Marsh walk, but nothing happened after that. Smith, Muzio, and Chmielewski do up. Fouled back. 2-2. That one's well outside, ball 3. You do wonder how far they're willing to go with Shed. They already do have a warmer up in the bullpen. In fact, he's already pretty warm. He's been there for a little while. And with that one, just grazes Cooper Smith. He gets on base. Here comes Joe Muzio. Tying run now on first. It's only the bottom of the 4th inning, but if the Pios can enter the later innings, where they're known to have some good offense, with a very close game or tied game or even a lead, that would be good. We see one of the coaches coming out to talk to the catcher. That's actually a little bit weird. We don't always see that going on. Actually, he's going to talk to the umpire. I think he's talking about... Oh, he's trying to argue that Smith leaned into it. Either way, that was probably ball 4. So... the catcher's talking about it too. And I don't think he definitely did. It was, I think, a clean hit. He's just going to talk to the other umpire here. And I have a feeling if they do try to make a call on anything, we'll see Coach Drum out here. I know Jamestown very sneaky with getting umpires on different calls. And there's been a lot of those exclamation points and question marks, I'd say, throughout the entire series. But it's all good. They're not going to overturn anything. Runner off first. No one out. They might also just tell Cooper just to be careful with leaning forward. So here's Muzio up. Muzio's been active in the base path, but I highly doubt he's going to drop a sacrifice. Playing their third baseman, Bay, up anyway. One thing we could see, though, is Cooper Smith active on the base path. That one's low, ball 1. Muzio, RBI single on a blooper to left in his previous at-bat. Brought home an RBI. Muzio's going to pop that one deep left field, but it'll be out number 1 with the catch made. Kyle Shimoleski up here after Muzio wasn't on the scene. Here's a conference on the mound, and I wonder whether this will be called. Yes, it is. Shed's day is done after 3 1/3. We'll have to wait and see who it is, but with the new batter up, they've decided to make the change. They likely wanted the platoon against Muzio, and that was it. I'm not sure who it is. It could be Patrick DeMarco. But while he warms up, we'll be back in just 1 second with your full list of sponsors. So indeed, that is Ryan Rafalski. We'll come on now with one away, and we'll give you a list of all our Pioneer sponsors. Thank you to AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Arkish Monk Skyler, Arnett Health, Big Fox, Blaze Brockway Contracting, Beal Electric, Buckley's Automotive, Bully Hill Vineyards, Catholic Charities, Chemung Canal Trust, Clemens Center, Coca-Cola, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevy, Elmira Heat Treating, the Elmira Junior Enforcers, Firefly Adventure Retreat, First Transit, Glove House, Hardinge, Heroes Comic Shop, Hilliard, Jubilee Foods, Just in Time, M&T Bank, NYSCO PBA, Office Equipment, OPWDD, Papa John's, the Pinecroft Golf Course, Salins, Save-A-Lot, Seneca Beverage, Service Master, Serve Pro, Shedden's Wholesale, Simmons Rockwell, Slammin' Jammin' BBQ, Solutions FCU, Southern Tier Custom Fab, Suburban Propane, SUNY Corning, Susan Minchin DDS, The Cakery, Tioga Downs, Today's Special, Tom's South Corning, Tower Broadcasting, The Town of Southport, Turtle Leaf, U.S. Navy, Valley Homes, Vasco, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Waste Markets, and Wilbur Auto. Thank you again to all those sponsors for your Elmira Pioneers, helping make Pioneers baseball possible. With one away now, that'll bring up Kyle Shimoleski, the first test for Rafalski out of the bullpen. Cooper Smith on first. Strike one. Now this season, we've only seen 2 home runs in Pioneers games. Most recent one was Surce's 3-run blast in Geneva, but also we saw Campus hit a 3-run shot in Jamestown the last time these two teams faced. Pioneers recovered and won 6-5. There's a drive to center field. Will that get down? No, it's going to be caught down in right. So in right center there, 2 away. And both home runs seen from the Pios games here. They've been hit by members of the opposing team. Aiden Blake, he struck out looking in his previous at-bat. 2 away. No real shift going on for Blake. 0-1. See, Jamestown a little more crafty with shifts and all their tactics on bases. It really is a coaching battle, I'd say, too, whenever they face the Pioneers. So far, they've been winning the series, but Pioneers took a huge win on the road against them last time. Pickoff attempt, and he's safe. This season, Aiden Blake, 0 for 12, but he does have 4 walks. He's down 0-2 here. Can Blake recover? Smith will likely be running, whether it's stealing a base or whether it's just on any contact. Smith goes, but that ends the inning. Swing and miss. Rafalski faces 2, retires 2. The 4th inning is over. Pioneers still trail by 1. Thanks Vasco Brands for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers. Hunter Kendall still on the mound for your Elmira Pioneers. We are just seconds away from it being 9 p.m. in Elmira. We've had some lengthy innings. We've had some very tight situations. And overall, a very exciting start. Top of the fifth underway. Thank you, Arnett Health, the official healthcare provider for your Elmira Pioneers, sponsoring this half inning. That's the final warm-up pitch. And it gets behind Johnny Wall. Wall doing the first game at short this season. That one's going to be fouled away. Johnson down 0-1 to start out. He's gone on base twice and scored twice. First time he scored was after he walked. Second time he scored was after he reached on an error. That one's inside. Ooh, they're going to say it hit him. Must have grazed him barely. Runner aboard, so that's the third free base for Johnson. Although that's probably in quotation marks. A hit by pitch is an error is less of a free base than, say, a walk and hit by pitch. Just gets a little bit inside. That's the seventh free base, including errors for Jamestown today. That brings up Hartigan, who singled back in his second at bat. He's 1 for 2. That one's fouled away. This is the second inning of the game that he started out by conceding a runner. He did so also back in the first when Johnson got on with a 5-pitch walk. Two one here. Whoops. Thought I had updated the count. So 1-1. Take 2-1 now. Fouled back 2-2, I believe. One and two. And that one gets away from Bartenstein, but he's back on it. He's got a runner on first, no one out. Can he work out of the jam? It's still only 78 degrees out, so it is getting a bit cooler, although I will say it's actually relatively warm tonight in the booth. Half inning, I might need to go stand in front of the fan there. That one's going to be grounded hard to second. It bounces right off Shimoleski, so that'll be a single. Third hit of the night for the Tarp Skunks. That one just hard hit and not much Kyle could do. Just keeps it in front of him, keeping the runners at first and second. Here's Bay, and that one's inside, ball one. Now here's Cody Bay. He's going to pop this one up. Should be out number one. Shimoleski under it. Runner tags. But a good look there from Shimoleski keeps him at second. That's going to bring up Lane with one away. Lane 0 for 2 with a ground out and fly out. That one, both runners go, and they get him safe. I think that's the wrong call. It looked like they had him in time, and Blake is talking with the umpire here. You can tell he's just disappointed. Boos all around Dunn Field. I think he got him. The double steal works. And I will say that is... I think he was safe. It looked like that Aiden Blake had put the tag on right. That one's going to be driven deep to center field. Lassini tracking back. Makes the catch, but one run score. No, he dropped it. One run scores. Second run holds up. So, in fact, it's still one out. And that's a disappointing error on Lassini. Things just go from bad to worse from the Pioneers. O'Shaughnessy up now. 4-2 ball game. Broaden's seen having a talk with Kendall. And here comes Drum. They don't have anyone warming out in the bullpen, so instead he's actually just going over to talk to the umpire. And I think he's going to try to argue whether there was one out on the play because he feels that maybe that the bounce happened afterward. It would still be a 4-2 ball game if so. But it's not going to go Drum's way. It would have simply helped make it a runner on third and 2 outs instead of this spot. And he's talking with a home plate umpire. I don't blame Drum for asking that. Two-man crew always has the toughest job for umpiring, especially if you're the infield umpire. You've got so much to look at. I know for the NCAA, it's also like this in the regular season. They generally add the extra 2 umpires for playoffs. Obviously, more umpires is better, but again, sometimes the league can be held pretty thin from time to time. But Drum's still just chatting about it. He's just not a fan of it. Shaughnessy up now, 2 aboard. 4-2 ball game. That's just the 3rd earned run, unless they're not going to count it as an earned run after the error. For Kendall. That one's going to be popped over to left field. Getting under it, can't come up with it. And I don't know whether that's a hit or an error. This time it's just Johnny Wall running backwards, can't find it. It is called as a hit. Shaughnessy on first. Lane doesn't move. Hardigan scores. It's an RBI single. Here comes Thompson. 5-2 ball game. Now we do see someone going out to the bullpen. But a lot of the runs that have been scored, not Kendall's fault at all. Got a feel for him. Just one of those days. After getting onto a winning spree, Pioneers stuck in a losing skid. Drum said it's one thing that goes wrong today. Pios' bats have been okay. They've got 2 runs and 3 hits early. They've got time to keep going. Kendall's pitching has been solid, but already 3 errors, and that was a borderline 4th one in that previous play. Things just going wrong. That one's going to be driven left field. This time it gets down, and all the way behind Muzio. 1 run scores. Second run into third. Thompson, an RBI double. 6-2 lead for Jamestown. Serrano and Scheider, I believe, 2 guys in the bullpen today for the Pioneers. Milsovsky might be called upon as well. First pitch, ball 1. Yeah, Serrano and Scheider, alongside Olsovsky, were listed. I have a feeling this will be Kendall's last inning. 1-0. Just a little high 2-0 now. King struck out twice today. Swing and a miss there. Kendall, 2-1 count now. Still just 1 away. Just a hit parade here. After a tough call at third and just tough fielding plays by the Pios. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Two. And the dirt, ball 3. That is high, ball 4 for King. Bases are now loaded. Here comes Davis. And here comes Billy Wilderman. It's not going to be a pitching change. It's just going to be a discussion really quickly. They want Kendall to finish the inning, and I think Billy's just going to give him a little confidence. The entire infield will also come in, I think, for the conference too. Nope, they actually are taking Kendall's ball. His day will finish after 4 1/3. And just unlucky for Kendall. Doesn't get all the earned runs. I believe it's Johnny Wall discussing with the umpire. I think whether it's one of the other previous plays. So we get a call to the bullpen here with the bases loaded. Jamestown is one of the better teams in our division. So not a surprise Pios' slower start. Got some time to go, but they need to get out of this. Here comes, so it's going to be Kevin Serrano entering the game. Last time Serrano faced the Tarp Skunks, his first pitch was taken over 300 yards over the wall. However, Serrano, he doesn't want to see that happen today. He's got 1 out, bases loaded. And so far for the Pioneers, he's pitched 7 innings, relatively cleanly, and he actually carries a 1-1 record. He had won that game against the Tarp Skunks after a late inning comeback from the Pios. That comeback will be a little harder this time, and I also see Marsh talking with that infield umpire, likely also passing time during this warm-up. Just, of course, again, thank you to Arnett Health for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers. Top healthcare provider for us. (9:14 p.m.) 78 degrees. And by the way, bad news. Potential rain tomorrow night. The only solace? Pioneers will be up in Niagara. Where it's predicted to be dry up until late tomorrow night. So Davis now with one out. First pitch from Serrano is outside on that corner for strike one. Davis 1 for 1 after getting hit by a pitch back in the first. And Bartenstein just going to talk quickly with Serrano. A 1. Fouled back. 0-2 now. I think Bartenstein either a little sweaty or just had gotten hit by one of the foul balls. Hopefully he's okay. It's always a dangerous spot behind the plate. Tips and balls can come and hurt you. We'll be back in just a second. See, it's probably maybe a little humidity also getting in the way for Bartenstein. But he's back out there. 0-2 to Davis. Just give him a warm-up pitch just to check if Bartenstein's all good. He is. Here comes Davis. Infield resumes back to their standard depth. They're not playing too far in. That one's going to be fouled away. Count stays 0-2. Swing and a miss. Serrano opens his outing with a strikeout from Davis. Maglio up at 2 away, bases loaded. 0 for 1 with a walk. Swing and a miss in the dirt, strike 1. Oh, 1. 0-2 there. Just inside. Oh, 2. And just calling time 1 second. That's going to be grounded hard to third. Throw to first in time. And Serrano gets out of the jam. Bases left stranded, but not before 3 runs come home on 3 hits, 1 error. That's the top of the 5th inning, the longest of the game so far. More Pioneers baseball right after this. I'm Taylor Storthy. Thank you for staying tuned in. Good news, the Pios score 52 runs this season from innings 6 through 9, so this game is definitely not over. Bottom of the 5th underway. Thank you to First Transit for being this inning's sponsor for your Elmira Pioneers. Rafalski came on and was able to get out of the previous inning. And now he's going to face Brody Bartenstein to open this half of the inning. First pitch, and that's called a strike. And I will say, these umpires have definitely favored pitchers today. We've seen the Pioneers get some lucky calls like that. We've seen the Tarp Skunks get some lucky calls like that. I will say Maglio and Bartenstein have done a good job framing, but occasionally those calls do go when they aren't framing perfectly either. So it's something both teams' batters need to adjust to, including pitchers. They got to learn to maybe flirt with the corners a little more. But also be careful. These things can go on a dime. 1-1. Bartenstein takes up high, ball 2. And that one right in the zone, strike 2. I think Bartenstein just fooled on the speed there as he tried to check up when it landed nicely. Fouled back. No, it's actually going to be hit on the ground. Looked like a foul ball. Said it's in play. Bartenstein, however, out on the 5-3. That's going to bring Max Mandler back up, top of the order. 0 for 2 with a pop out and ground out. Got a chance to improve here. One away. Mandler's going to pop this one up. Is it playable, though? Over at the Pios dugout. Oh, it takes a weird bounce. Foul. Strike 1. Oh, 1 here. Can Max Mandler get on base? And the dirt ball 1. 9:26. 2 hours since the first pitch. Low, ball 2. Good try to frame it, though, by Maglio. That one on the outside corner, 2-2 to Mandler. Two just inside, ball 3. Three-two. Ball 4. Mandler gets a free pass. Runner on first, 1 away. Here comes Frank Wayman. Pickoff attempt not in time. Mandler safe. Pickoff attempt. Mandler still safe. Still safe. That's another pickoff attempt on Mandler. They don't want him going on the base path. Number 4, Mandler safe again. They are really obsessed with him. Finally the first pitch, and it's fouled away, strike 1. 0-1. Another pickoff attempt on Mandler. Here's the 5th pickoff attempt. I could tell Rafalski plays a lot of out-of-the-park baseball with these pickoff spams. There's the 2nd pitch. It's outside, ball 1. I was half expecting Maglio then to try to pick off Mandler at first. But I will say all those pickoff attempts means that Mandler getting in Rafalski's head. That can throw off your mojo as a pitcher. Outside, ball 2. On deck, Bobby Marsh, no longer shackled by the lefty-lefty platoon. Only a double play ends the inning early. Ball 3, that one very far outside. I have a feeling on that previous pickoff, the umpires said, all right, just move it along. And listen, trying to get a fast runner out, can totally see that. But 6 in the span of 2 pitches, that is a little too much. Ball 4. Wayman gets the free pass as well. Bobby Marsh up with 2 on and just 1 out. Marsh 0 for 1 with a strikeout and walk, but now he doesn't have to worry about a platoon disadvantage. Can he get that deficit down a little? You know he's got power. The outfield, I think backing and shifting takes a little time. And indeed, we see that shift over to the left. The infield not fully shifted, but the outfield certainly is. That certainly means after that first pitch is taken for a ball, if Marsh can just keep it straight ahead, getting it within that little gap in left center field, that would be extra bases and likely make it a 6-4 game. He also has that gap in right field, but it'll be easier for the outfielders to cover. Marsh, not the smallest Pioneer. He's in fact one of the taller ones. That gives him a disadvantage on calls like that because he's got a taller strike zone. That benefits smaller hitters who can use smaller strike zones to their advantage. Having a tall strike zone is also a trait that can hurt Aaron Judge in the big leagues, but that doesn't stop Aaron Judge. In fact, I think he's got 27 home runs this season. Already in July, that's a crazy amount. 2-1. That one's a little bit high. Ball 3. And strong hitters remain on deck. Johnny Wall. Alex Lucchini. Can Bobby Marsh get on base, though? He wouldn't mind a second walk. In fact, he'll get it. So 3 straight walks. Pioneers, disciplined. From a 3-2 walk to 2 3-1 walks. That's going to give bases loaded here in the bottom of the 5th. And here comes the pitching coach. There's no one warming up, so it's not going to be a change. But I think he's just going to try to settle him down. Johnny Wall would be a tying run should he make it all the way around. And again, thank you to First Transit for sponsoring the Pioneers this inning. Okay. They're a huge sponsor for us. So once again, thank you to First Transit. And a reminder, unfortunately, there will be no stream for tomorrow's game out in Niagara. Instead, you can head to the Point Streak site and follow it live. I'm not sure if Niagara has a stream. They might. You can try to find it online. That'll be the only game that we won't have a stream for unless I tell you otherwise. And hopefully, all the other games will still be available live on YouTube. So again, apologies in advance. Just got logistical things I need to deal with. So there won't be a stream tomorrow. Monday, however, weather permitting, which it looks like it will, I'll be back in Dunn Field for the Cortland game between the Pioneers. But for now, let's continue this game. One away, Johnny Wall up with the bases loaded. Stranded runners has been the biggest weakness for this team. They've continually left base runners on the bases so long this season. Can they finally use their offense and get runners home? Strike one, that breaker landing a little up in the zone. Whoops, apologies. Strike one, not ball one. Wall today, 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but he also got a walk and scored off it in the second. Strike two there, he just sits and takes it. Again, that breaking ball getting past Wall. Rafalski recovering after those walks. 0-2. That one's grounded hard down the first base line. Get one out, and out, safe at the plate. Misses the tag. The force out was killed after that out was made at first. Mailer gets home. So Wall gets an RBI on the play, even though he's out at first. Mailer's safe. It's a 6-3 ball game. Runners on second and third, 2 away. Alex Lucchini up. Tits back, fouled. Strike one. Lucchini today was hit by a pitch and he grounded out. Looking for his first hit as a Pioneer this season. Of course, he was with the team last year, and he's back this year. That's high, ball one. On deck, Cooper Smith. If the inning continues, he'll get a chance to try to help keep that deficit to shrink. Rafalski looking to keep it at a 3-run lead. But he's got 2 dangerous runners. That'll be moving if a ball goes in play. Lucchini playing at UMass Lowell. Here's the 1-1. Rafalski gets his sign. That one's in the dirt. Ball 2. The good news is, even if this game goes a little later, Jamestown isn't a terribly hard drive. It isn't the closest, but not the farthest one. Strike 2 there, so it's a 2-2 count to Lucchini with 2 away and 2 on board. Two. Can Lucchini keep the inning alive? That one's fouled off the plate. Two again. Falsky gets a sign. The bat continues. Plenty of fans here at Dunn Field. Large excited crowd. Flies are out because it is a little humid tonight. But the fans don't mind. They're enjoying this game of baseball. Lucchini grounds out hard to second. It's not picked up cleanly enough. Lucchini gets an RBI of what will likely be graded as an error. Yes, so actually Lucchini won't get the technical RBI. But he brings a run home. Runners at the corners. 2 away for Cooper Smith. It's a 6-4 game. I know Lucchini will absolutely love that, helping generate some positive offense for the Pioneers for the first time back home. And now here's Cooper Smith, 6'4". It's up to you, Coop. Lucchini goes, but instead he's just going to hold on to it and not risk the throw. 1-0 count. Lucchini gets second. Smith takes strike 1 this time. 2 away here in the 5th. Light shining bright. A little while ago, we saw Cooper Smith take one over the wall, but it was just very far foul. I talked with Coach Drum, Wildman, some of the other coaches. Mentioned the Pios only had 3 home runs last season. They had their first one right here. It would be huge. Easier said than done. All they're going to want is Cooper Smith just to keep the inning alive. A hit could tie the game, though. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Pios have generated some offense already, but they don't want to leave 2 more runners aboard. Especially in such a close game against a team that is quickly turning into a rival. That one's in the dirt, ball 3. Good take from Cooper Smith. On deck, Joe Muzio. He could get a chance here. Combined, Muzio and Smith, 2 for 3. Cooper Smith 1 for 1 with a hit by pitch. That hit by pitch was back in the previous inning. So tying run in scoring position. Muzio tips that one foul. And you could see Maglio just a little disappointed about that one, saying, so close to ending the inning. Cooper Smith just gets to it. Dunn Field getting loud. That one's going to be lined up the middle. Base hit, 1 run will score. Wayman rounding third. It's a tie ball game. It's a tie ball game here in the bottom of the 5th. Cooper Smith ties it. Cooper Smith with an RBI single. 2 runs come home. That's going to bring up Joe Muzio. Go-ahead run on first. Marsh and Alex Lucchini make it all the way around. The Pios are back in it, and Kendall will thank them very much for confirming that at worst he gets a no decision. The run support has come. We mentioned that the later innings are what the Pios like. 1-0 now to Muzio. And Muzio's been a very successful bat so far tonight, too. That time, strike one in the outside corner. But Cooper Smith coming in clutch. Pickoff attempt. Smith is back safely. To be fair, it was a while since his previous one. 1-1. That's a ball. Ball 2. He flew out to right field in his previous at-bat. That was the last pitch from Shed. Or last at-bat that Shed had. Muzio tips that one foul to 2 count. But the Pios offense has come alive, responding after that 3-run inning with a 4-run inning. And they can still do a little bit more. Close count here. But Muzio can get himself out of the jam. Muzio needs you bad. And Muzio gets hit. Wait, what? Was that not a hit by pitch? All right, well, 3-2 count. Also, by the way, Cooper Smith just stole second. Runner now on second. That's a go-ahead run. Full count for Muzio. I wonder how this at-bat will end. Fouled away. I have a feeling this might be Rafalski's final inning. 9:46. It's a little slower, but again, we've just seen so much action. It's been exciting, I think, for everyone. We're just getting started. Full count, Muzio again. Runner goes, and Muzio gets aboard. Runners now at the corners. 2 away. Here comes Kyle Shimoleski. Shimoleski so far, 2 pop-outs. One of them actually a fly out to right. Can he turn that fortune around, bring Cooper Smith home? And Maglio, I think, talking with Rafalski now. Thanks again to First Transit for sponsoring the Pioneers this half inning. So Shimoleski up. 2 away. Foul back. Strike 1. Pickoff attempt goes wild. Cooper Smith will score. The pickoffs backfiring at the worst time. The Pios take a 7-6 lead in the bottom of the 5th off an errant throw. That's another error on the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, and it comes at the worst time. Muzio to second. Cooper Smith, who had scored on an RBI single, also comes home. The Pios take their first lead of the game. We had mentioned that this felt like Geneva, a game the Pios also had come back from a deficit in. And they have done just that, except it's a little bit earlier. And now they'll have to hold on. Strike 2 here. Muzio goes. That one's in the dirt, and he is safely in third with a stolen base. He would put the Pios up by 2 if he scores. Two count for Shimoleski. Swing and a miss. He goes down swinging to end the inning. But the damage done. 5 runs. Oh, and you're not going to believe this. 1 hit, 2 errors. 1 left the board. So 5 runs on just 1 hit. Pios now leads 7-6. 6th inning coming up right after this. I'm Taylor Storr. The Pios baseball continuing right after this. Hey, yeah, you should definitely buy some Pios tickets. The scenes here at Dunn Field are electric, especially when our offense finally wakes up. Call that number during the week and come to some Pios games. Serrano back on the mound to start off the top of the 6th inning. He came in to relieve Hunter Kendall. He got out of the jam with 2 quick outs. His first step batter for this inning is going to be McGee. He's struck out twice so far. I know Serrano will be happy. He doesn't have to worry about Campus right now, as the last time Serrano faced Campus, things didn't go so well for our friend Kevin. But tonight, he's looking a lot better out there. And he also looked great in that outing after he conceded that 1 hit as he inherited a runner's in scoring position. He recovered and got out of the jam. That one's going to be fouled away, 1-1. By the way, this inning's sponsor, Texas Roadhouse. Out in right field, you can see that Texas Roadhouse bullseye. If a Pioneers player can hit that sign, everyone comes away with a free Texas Roadhouse appetizer. Now, personally, I'd go for a cactus blossom because onion platters are good. That one fouled back. Count 1 and 2. It's a souvenir for the roof, I believe. Two and 2 here. Two. Ball 3, just a bit low. And that one fouls off of McGee. Ouch. 3-2. That one's fouled off. And strike 3 gets him looking. Now it'll be the Golden Sombrero. 3 strikeouts for McGee. One away, here comes Nate Johnson. Johnson, 3 runs on 3 bases. However, none of them hits. That one gets behind and away from Bartenstein, 1-0. Fouled away, 1-1. And the dirt ball, too. Two and 1 here to Johnson. So his scoreline right now would be 0 for 1 with 3 runs. That one's grounded to Serrano, and that's his first true out. 2 away now. Here comes Hardigan. 2 away. Hardigan today, he's 2 for 3. And he's also scored twice. Had an RBI back in the second. Actually, no. Wasn't an RBI. Two and 0. Three-0 here. Strike 1 in the outside corner. Hardigan showing some good discipline. He's hitting .352 entering the game, alongside a .470 OBP. That's going to be grounded up the middle. Oh, deflected off Serrano's glove. He's recovered, but just a second late. Oh, very tough. He gets a single on that. But great effort from Serrano to keep that close. 1 on, 2 away. Two outs, here comes Cody Bay. He's been a thorn in the side for the Pioneers. Today, he's 0 for 2 with a walk, but keep in mind, he had gone on base with an error. That was the play that had brought the 2 runs home. Fouls that away, 0-1. Pioneers and Jamestown have gone back and forth, and for now, the Pioneers hold a 7-6 lead. And the runnings which they score in the most are yet to come. They scored 10 runs this season, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. In fact, they've scored 20 runs in the 7th inning this year. The 5th inning numbers will definitely be inflated and helped with this good performance today. Pickoff attempt, but Hardigan safe. One. Ball 2. Two one now to Bay. He's going to step out and rethink. Foul back, 2-2. That one's outside. Throw to second. Not in time. It actually gets away from Chmielewski. But that was a hard slide, so we can't go any further. Full count. Hardigan makes it to 2. Outside and ball 4. Bay gets aboard with a free base. 2 on, 2 out. See, I think someone, but not actively warming up at the Pios bullpen. Serrano just needs 1 out to get out of the jam. 2 on here. Lane up now. He's 0 for 3, but he did get on base and score via error back in that hectic 5th inning. That one's popped up. They can't get under it. Wait, he did. I have no idea what happened there. I really apologize. I'll figure out how to score that over the break. They get the final out. Inning is over. Pioneers still lead. 1 hit, no errors, no runs, 2 left on base. Pios baseball back with the bottom of the 6th right after this. By the way, that previous out to end the inning, I graded that as a 1-4-3 ground out. As it tipped off Serrano, I think then picked up by Chmielewski, who then sent it to first to get the runner who is out. That's why I got to hustle in the base paths, because those pop outs can turn into actual outs. Pios to lead, bottom of the 6th, right after this. Also be sure to save that number, get some Pios tickets for Monday's game or any future games at Dunn Field. Gladys is going to come out from the bullpen. One start this season, a 3.18 ERA in 11 innings. First pitch, ball 1. It's brought on with the task of keeping this game tied. Aiden Blake leading off for your Elmira Pioneers. 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. 1-1 now. Strike 2. Brody Bartenstein on deck. By the way, thank you, Clarion Inn. The Choice Hotel for your Elmira Pioneers. That one's going to be lined for a base hit. It gets down. Aiden Blake with his first hit of the season. Congrats, Aiden. And he gets the offense going to start the 6th inning. Bartenstein now, the runner on. Hey, 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 Brody. I want to know if you won't go 0 for 3. First pitch fouled away, strike 1. Brody Bartenstein enters the at-bat 0 for 2, but has a runner on first. Wonder if he might try to bunt to move him, see if they can play small ball to get something going. Top of the order in Max Mandler on deck. High, ball 1. Now, last time we saw Max Mandler, he got on base via walk, and then proceeded to have to deal with 6 pickoff attempts and 1 at-bat from Rafalski. It's now 1-1 here to Bartenstein. Inside, ball 2. So we just saw, I think, from the Jamestown side, where is that? And then I believe from Joe Muzio, or a different Pioneer, inside. So you can definitely hear some banter between the teams. 2-1. Strike 2 inside. Mandler and Wayman on deck. They're 1 for 3 today combined with 2 walks. They've also scored 2 runs, both back in this 5th inning. Ball 3. Good take right there. Pioneers, I think, have really picked it up since that 5th inning. They were retired quietly in the 4th after that hit by pitcher on Cooper Smith. And from then, showed some good discipline. Discipline continues. Bartenstein gets aboard with a walk. 2 on, no one out. Top of the order, back up, and Mandler. Mandler hasn't been the most prolific hitter, but so far, he's done a good job of getting on base, and he has put up hits at clutch opportunities. This season, Mandler, 12 free bases, 4 hits, and 16 at-bats. Carries a 250 average, 5.52 OBP, and a 250 slugging. He's yet to get an extra base hit. That would be great if he could find his first one here. Gladys steps off to rethink. Now, with runners in scoring position, Mandler is 500. Was at bats. Tried to square it for a bunt, 1-0. Just pulled back in time. So bottom of the 6th. 7-6 lead for the Pios, and they've got a good start this inning. Serrano got out of a jam back in the top half. Mandler squares up, strike 1 as he pulled away. And here, I think that he's just trying to get those runners in scoring position. He knows that Wayman, Marsh, Wall, Lucini, the 4 next up, he knows just how strong they can be, so he won't mind taking one for the team. That one bounces backward, and he's going to slam his bat down in frustration. He almost had that. 1-2. He's not out yet, though, but that pretty much kills the bunting opportunity. I'll have to go back to the old scrappy Mandler that we know and love, working those deep counts, and hopefully getting another clutch hit. His biggest hitting day of the season came against Geneva. 1-2. Strike 2 goes down looking. One away, 2 still aboard. And now here comes Frank Wayman. Wayman was walked his previous at-bat, 1 for 2 with a double. Wayman up and ready to go. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Gladys is another player who I believe has already faced the Pioneers. Wayman back in the box. Low, ball 1. Maglio back on it quick. We see on deck Bobby Marsh. I know he'd love to take a crack at it this half of the inning. He's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Of course, that second walk came in a string of 3 walks in a row back in the 5th inning. 2-1. So again, Wayman, he knows how to work those good at-bats. He's got great discipline. He's really emerged as one of the better hitters for the Pioneers. Not just in terms of having a lot of pop behind his bat, but in good mindset. He's always been consistent when he started. 2-1 here. 2-2 just in the outside corner. So Gladys has done a good job working with this tough spot. Can Wayman disrupt it? Pioneers as a team hit a lot weaker against righties than lefties. So ironically, a lot of their guys reverse platoon. That one's inside, ball 3. Close one. Didn't find it that time. I'll say the one thing you don't want is to bring on Bobby Marsh with the bases loaded. Let's crank it up really quickly. Wayman gets rung up for his first strikeout of the game. 2 away now, 2 on. Here comes Bobby Marsh. And one thing I know Coach Drum will not like is if his team reverts to the stranding runners' ways after they did a good job of bringing runners home back in the bottom of the 5th. Good news for the Pios, they've got Bobby Marsh on. Sorry, the camera's shaking. There are just a couple bugs on my desk that I don't want getting onto the camera. Strike 1. Oh, 1. What can Marsh do? One and one. Swing and a miss. Count 1 and 2 now to Marsh. And Galatas has worked really well to get ahead of these next few batters. One more strike and he's out of the inning. Do see some activity in the Pios bullpen. I would not be surprised if that's Joel Sofsky. He's definitely going to come in later. 1-2. Marsh pops that one up, but it'll be caught by Galatas. The inning is over. Pios get 2 aboard on 1 hit, but 1 is left aboard to end the inning. That's the 6th inning done and dusted. More Pios baseball right after this. We're back with the top of the 7th, and do apologize if you hear any sort of hitting sounds or things from my desk, and it's because it is a very buggy night tonight. A lot of insects flying around, and unfortunately a couple have decided to hang around by my booth. I'm not opposed to guests, but personally I'd rather not have insects around, so I'm trying to shoo a few of them away. Either way, Hilliard is the sponsor this inning. Thank you so much for Hilliard for being a longtime supporter for the Elmira Pioneers. They recently sponsored the Thunderstick Night. I saw a few fans having Thundersticks out in the crowd tonight. Leading off for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks this inning is going to be O'Shaughnessy, followed by Thompson and King. 4, 5, and 6 hitters, the toughest test so far for Serrano. I have a feeling this would likely be his last inning of work no matter what, mainly because I have a feeling Coach Drum will want to switch to Olsovsky in the 8th. 2-0 here. O'Shaughnessy getting ahead early. 1 for 3 today with an RBI. That one's very far outside, ball 3. I do wonder if they're going to go to the bullpen early. They've got someone warming up. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Olsovsky. Could also be Logan Shader. 3-0 here from Serrano. Just a 1-run lead for the Pios. Ball 4. Shaughnessy on 4 straight pitches. Thompson now up. Oh. So now up, I'll get the graphic fixed in 1 second. I do apologize. Just again, some more bugs just around. There's a spider this time. Ah, boy. All right. Either way, first pitch now to the new batter. And actually, here comes Billy Wilderman. I'm not sure if he's going to take the ball, but there's now a runner on. Be right back. Yes, that is the day done for Serrano. He's on a solid relieving stint. He could be very proud of what he was able to do. Pios pulling in a new reliever. Just a little more gas in the tank this inning. It is Joel Sofsky entering the game from the bullpen. Yeah, it's. We are back here in Elmira. I do apologize, just got to stay back here 1 second. Sprayed some off, just trying to fix that pest problem. Let me focus a little easier. But we are back now with more Pioneers baseball. Runner on, Olsovsky on the mound. Olsovsky so far, 5 innings pitched. He hasn't allowed a single hit. He's been on fire for the Pioneers. And just how good has he been? 1-0, 7 Ks, no walks, no hits. He only hit 1 batter. That's his only base runner he's allowed. And he's dealing with 1 base runner right here. Fouled away, 0-2. He's going to be tasked with going through the middle of the order. Well, the second half of the order. It's Thompson leading off. No one out. King on deck. No double play. That means we'll see Davis as well. That one gets away. It's a wild pitch. And that will let O'Shaughnessy get to second. 1-2. That's the tying run. Jose Olsovsky just needs to be careful as well. Jamestown likes to score on different steals, different errors. That one nearly gets away from Bartenstein, 2-2, but he stays just in front of it. Two. This time Olsovsky gets the strikeout. Number 8 on the year as King steps up with 1 away. One away, runner on second for Olsovsky. Strike 1. I mean, Olsovsky throws some gas. He hit 90 in a bullpen session a while back. By the way, this game reaching the 3-hour mark here. There's a big swing and miss for strike 2. And again, the petrifying stuff from Olsovsky. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second swinging strikeout of the game for Olsavsky. That's the 10th strikeout for the entire Pioneer staff. That's the combined outings from Serrano, Kendall, and of course, now, Jolton Joe Olsavsky. Lightning arm, 2 away. All he needs to do is get through Davis. Davis 1 for 2 with a single. He also got on with a hit by pitch. Strike 1 right there. Olsavsky has done 3 innings before, and he has rested quite a while since his previous start. In fact, he was resting for the start of today's game, too. That was outside, ball 1. Another relatively rare ball thrown from Olsavsky. He likes to really fill up the zone with that heat. King's got a runner in scoring position. That would be the tying run. Olsavsky just wants a second. Obviously, they're going to go with Olsavsky until he physically can't pitch, I think. One. And right down the middle. A little low, but in the zone. 1-2 now. The 8-hitter down 1-2 now. Olsavsky strikes out the side in back-to-back batters. So 3 strikeouts, 1 runner stranded. That's all from the top of the 7th. Thank you again to Hilliard. More Pioneers baseball back after this. And thank you, Scott. I'd absolutely love a bug zapper. It would certainly help. Top of the 8th about to get started here. Galatas returns to the mound for Jamestown. Sorry, it's the bottom of the 7th here. Keep getting confused because we've had a couple road games here. Here's Johnny Wall, strike 1 taken. Wall, Lucini, and Cooper Smith do up this half of the inning. Thank you, Bully Hill Vineyards, your sponsor. That's going to be grounded hard down the third base line. It's a base hit in the outfield. Wall rounding first and heading for 2. The throw in, not in time and not on target. Wall with a double. Wall now improves to 1 for 3 with a walk. Great start to the inning for the Pios. They get a potential lead extending run now on second. It's been a long game, but we still have a little bit left. Wouldn't mind it to go a bit longer if we can keep that offense going. Cini takes strike 1. Now with that runner on second, Lucchini had an RBI on a sacrifice play. Well, not technically a sacrifice, but it worked in that way. Lucchini's going to pop one up. This one will get down. No, it's a good catch made by Bay. One away. That was a similar play we saw Wall just barely unable to come up with. Here comes Cooper Smith. Last time he was up, he had a 2 RBI single. But it was a huge play, as that was what helped the Pioneers take the lead. Smith would later score that go-ahead run, but he drove the tying runs in. Runner on second. Smith pops this one backward, but it will be a foul. Not a souvenir for a fan, though. 0-1. Mandler, Wayman, Marsh, Wall, Lucchini, Smith, Muzio. That's a deadly hitting group of 7. One away, one on 0-1. That one's in the dirt, and Maglio gets away from him. Late throw to third. He is safe by a mile. So it's a wild pitch there, 1-1. And good reactions there. That's going to get Wall to third. Infield playing in because they know that there will likely be some action from Wall at third. That one gets away again. Wall's going to risk it. They finally find the ball. He is safe. Wall makes it in on another wild pitch. It's an 8-6 lead for the Elmira Pioneers, and the coach is upset. No, but from the replay, he was clearly safe. The tag was not in time. 2-1 now is the count. No one on. The Pios extend the lead, and all Cooper Smith needed to do was sit and watch. He was clearly not safe there, but Jamestown's coach will still be upset about that. And you can tell just how heated those conversations can be, how heated these games between these teams have been. These last 3 games have been absolutely brutal. Close slugfests. And now 2-1 count for Cooper Smith. Smith is going to send one out to right field. Will it get down? And, I don't think he made the catch. Oh, barely. I will say that would have been a really good play in foul territory, but just can't hold on to it. Smith goes back to count 2-2. Or did he make the catch? Oh, he did. Hold on. Yeah, they weren't ever signaling that it was an out. But he did. He made a very excellent catch out there. 2 away now. Here comes Joe Muzio. Empty bases. What can Muzio do here? Muzio sends out one foul. Strike 1. I might, in the inning break, have to spray a little more off here. The Bugs gave me a little bit of breathing room, but not completely yet. Either way, 0-1 for Joe Muzio. Muzio's going to send that one to center. Will it get down in no man's land? Yes, it does. Muzio with a single to keep the inning alive. Close play, but center field can't get to it. Shortstop can't get to it. Here comes Kyle Shimoleski. 2 outs, runner now on first. Chmielewski up now. Pickoff attempt, Muzio safe. Thank you again to Bully Hill Vineyards, the official wine for the Elmira Pioneers. This inning's sponsor as well. 2 away. 8-6 lead for the Pios. Chmielewski's going to drive that. Will it get in the gap? No. It's instead caught in right field, and the side is retired. 1 run comes home off some lucky wild pitches and unlucky errors. Well, it's not technically errors. It's just 1 hit, 1 run, 1 left aboard. More Pios baseball when we return. Top of the 8th, right after this. Pinch hitting is Campus, who hit a home run against the Pioneers the last time they faced. I will apologize if I have to be quiet for a little. Again, with spraying some bug spray, and you know how hard it can be to kind of cough some bug spray up, so do apologize. Either way, top of the 8th inning, back at Dunn Field. Oh, second hit batter. This time it's Campus. Ouch. Runner on first. The graphic was already loaded with that, so that works out. Campus, I believe, did he get pinch run for? Not sure. No one out here, top of the 8th. First pitch from Olsovsky, just a bit high, ball 1. Olsovsky's just surrendered 2 runners through 6 innings. Both those runners coming on hit by pitches. I might check and see whether it was Campus who was hit by Olsovsky before. That would be a very unfortunate coincidence for our friend Campus. He hit the first home run this season on Pios broadcast. 2-0 here. And again, just bugs still everywhere. 2-0 here. Now, this isn't just like 1 or 2, like, kind of crawling around on the desk. That's what I can deal with. They're flying around. Just as there's a fly ball that's up high, chasing it, Chmielewski. 1 away. So that'll retire McGee. Nate Johnson, top of the order, back up. One away, runner on first. Tucker comes on as a pinch hitter. Strike one. Infielder from North Georgia. Switch hitter. That one's going to be grounded over to second. Just going to get the one at first. Marsh was on the bag. It's 2 away now. Would have been too hard to get 2 on that play. So Campus just gets to second. They're reviewing it really quickly, but I think Marsh was on the bag. I don't think they're going to overturn this call. And he is out. Crowd gives their approval that time. Runner on second. 2 away here. That play wouldn't have ended the potential hitless streak for Olsavsky. It only would have been an error on Marsh because his foot went off the bag. I don't think a throwing error on a Wall either. Oh, 2 away now. That first pitch inside, strike one. You'd think these off spray would work, but somehow it still doesn't. Anyway, 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. Probably need to bring an N95 mask, or if I have one, I'll take one out and wear that next inning. 0-2 either way. He's up ahead quickly on Hardigan. 2 outs. Just inside, ball one. One more strike away for Olsavsky. Runner goes. That one's going to be popped foul, so runner will have to go back. And that one gets away. It's another wild pitch. 2-2 now. Runner gets to third. That's not the tying run because the Pioneers were able to get some offense going. Made it a 2-run game. But it would be a run from Olsavsky, the first one he's earned. And Olsavsky looking to not let that happen. 2-2 to Hardigan. And so far today, Hardigan, 3 for 4. Ball 3 now. This will be a big payoff pitch against Hardigan. Three-two. That one's going to be popped foul, so the count goes again. Olsavsky, the ace of the Pios bullpen. Trying to get this final strike. Hardigan. Looking to keep this inning alive, looking to cut the deficit. Payoff pitch. Pops backward. Is it playable though? No, it's going to be a souvenir for a fan. No, for the roof, not a fan. I don't think there will be any fan crazy enough to get onto the roof. We already mentioned Hardigan, a very lethal hitter this season. 3, 4, 5 hitters also due up. So it would be still another tough test for Olsavsky in the 9th. Now 3-2. That one's going to be popped up, Lucini and gang. No, it's going to be going over to Chmielewski. And the inning is over. Runner gets to third, but that is all off that hit by pitch. One left on. Bottom of the 8th coming up for Pios right after this. We still have a little longer to go in this exciting game. I'm Taylor Storthy. Thank you for watching, and of course, 2 more innings still to play for. Well, 2 more half innings at least. Pios baseball back, bottom of the 8th inning. So Jamestown, they don't have their clubhouse manager. Anyway, bottom of the 8th, leading off for your Elmira Pioneers. Got Aiden Blake. 1 for 3 with a single back in the 6th inning. 1-0 count. Foul back, 1-1. Now can Aiden Blake get the offense going here? Again, thank you everyone for tuning in, whether you are from a Jamestown fan or an Elmira fan. Glad to have you. That's low, ball 2. And a nice night out here at Dunn Field. 2-1 now to Aiden Blake. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. That one's going to be grounded hard to third. Picked up by Bay. Blake nearly beats the throw, but he's out for the first out of the inning. Brody Bartenstein now up with 1 away. Bartenstein takes ball 1 outside. Today, he's been 0 for 2, but he did get on with a walk. That one's going to be fouled away, 1-1. So the clubhouse manager missing today because of graduation. Of course, some high schools as well in the region graduating. If you're a high school graduate watching, congratulations. And of course, congratulations as well. Now, 1-1. That one's going to be sent to the outfield. Bartenstein gets a hit. He's going to be on first with one away. Mandler back up, top of the order. Has a chance with a runner aboard to help the Pios extend their lead. Mandler up, runner on. Pickoff attempt. Bartenstein back safe. Pickoff attempt there, but Bartenstein back safe. 1-0. Strike one. 0-2 actually, so they did call the previous pitch a strike. It just was no call after the pickoff. 0-2 to Mandler. Mandler grounds that hard to third. Going to turn one on the play. Throw to first. Gets the first baseman off the bag, so it's a fielder's choice. 5-4. Frank Wayman up with 2 outs now. Three hours, 30 minutes and counting now for the game. It's been a brutal, long slugfest. Wayman could try to get the knockout punch. That one's going to be lined to the outfield for a base hit. It gets by the center fielder. They're going to be sending Bartenstein home. It rolls all the way to the wall. A 9-6 lead. Wayman turns. The throw in. Wayman, a standing triple. The Pios lead by 3. Just what the doctors ordered. Mandler makes it home. Wayman held up at third. And that is a crucial run for the Pioneers. That's going to also bring up Bobby Marsh with 2 outs and a runner on third. It'll make Olsavsky's life easier too, as he'll get ready for the 9th inning. Strike one to Bobby Marsh. Marsh today 0 for 2, but he has gone on base with 2 walks and scored on 1 of them. He's definitely due for a hit, though. 0-2 here. So Marsh down early in the count. Oh, 2. That one gets in the dirt, 1-2. Have to wait and see if Johnny Wall will get another chance. He hit a double back in the 8th inning. One, 2. Steps off 1 second. Fouls that one off. That was well hit, though. Still 1-2. Bottom of the 8th. Another potential go-ahead run. They already were able to get their lead to 9-6. Can they make it 10? Can they put double digits past Jamestown for the first time this season? High, ball 2. Good take there from Bobby Marsh. He's going to need that discipline next season in the NCAA. In college ball, transferring, of course, to Penn State, as we've already mentioned. 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Good take there from Bobby Marsh. Full count from 0-2. Bobby Marsh. Patience winning the day. Can he get aboard for Johnny Wall and keep this inning going? Galatas is trying to get out of it. Swing and a miss. Marsh goes down on a swinging strike. But run does come home off a Frank Wayman RBI triple. More Pioneers baseball entering Last Chance Saloon. Right after this, I'm Taylor Storthy. You're still watching Pios baseball. Top of the 9th up next. Joe Olsofsky returning to the mound. Tonight, he's pitched 2 innings. He's recorded 3 strikeouts. He surrendered just 1 runner from a hit by pitch. He's had 2 wild pitches for the season. That brings his total to 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, 2 wild pitches, 2 hit by pitches. And he's got a chance here with his 8th inning of work to get another save. Pretty sure it'll be recorded as a save. But 3 outs to go. 3-run lead. Middle of the order coming up. Cody Bay leading off. Bay, Lane O'Shaughnessy. Bay so far 0 for 2, but he did get on base with an error. Strike 1. Apart from being 0 for 2, he has 2 walks. Now, the trio combined have just 1 hit. And combined, they also have drawn 3 walks. So they were just 1 for quite a few at-bats. There's a few. That one grounded hard over the wall. It gets past him. And that's a shame because that'll break the hitless streak for Olsofsky as a runner gets aboard with no one out. Painful there. Very long hitless streak comes to a close for Olsofsky. But it was just a very well-put grounder that got past both Blake and Johnny Wall. That's going to bring up Lane. He's got a runner on, no one out. Have to wonder whether Bay will be doing any shenanigans trying to steal. That one's going to be grounded over to third. Stays fair, not picked up cleanly, so it'll be an error on Blake. Wall gets to it quickly just to keep the runner there. So another error for the Pioneers, this time on Aiden Blake. Two runners on. That brings the tying run to the plate. I don't think we'll see anyone going to the bullpen here. They trust Olsofsky. All Olsofsky needs to do is just settle down and get the next few outs. He's going to first face O'Shaughnessy. One for 3 today with a walk. Outside, ball 1. Strike 1. So there's again the heat. Olsovsky, I think, settling down. That's what's important. Olsovsky just needs to put those 2 at-bats behind him and get these final outs. 1-1. Fouled away, 1-2. I don't know whether the runners will go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's out number 1 of the inning. 2 outs to go. And the 11th strikeout this season for Joel Olsovsky. That is going to bring up Thompson. He's 1 for 3 today. He had an RBI double back in the 5th. 8 runs combined in the 5th inning. They make up over half of the 15 in total scored tonight. That one's going to be driven deep to the outfield. Muzio going back. That's going to be out number 2. It's well hit from Thompson, but well hit right to Muzio. 1 out away from the Pioneers, getting out of this one with a win. The last time they beat Jamestown, they were down on hits. They utilized base running and errors. This time, they've won in spite of 4 errors. 1 more out, and Olsovsky will have held off Jamestown again. King is up here. 0 for 3 with a walk. That one's going to be popped up. Will it end it? Muzio running in. But no, it's not going to be Muzio. Johnny Wall makes the catch. The Pios win. Joel Olsovsky, a clean 3 innings with just 1 hit. The first he's conceded in a whopping 10 innings this season. Lights out stuff from an electric closer. Pios bats were active. They take the win. And here's your final line score. For Jamestown, they scored 6 runs on 7 hits with 2 errors. The Pioneers, they scored 9 runs on 9 hits and 4 errors. You see Nick Reiser coming out as well to celebrate. He's still nursing that ankle injury he suffered a while back. But even though he's not there to help the team in relieving stints, they've still got Joe. Coaches giving some handshakes. These are hard-fought games, so it's great to see sportsmanship. But what a win for the Elmira Pioneers. They're able to end a 2-game losing skid, improving their record, getting their 7th win of the season. They now improve to 7-9. The Jamestown Tarp Skunks fall to 11-8. Tarp Skunks still very well in the championship fight. Tarp Skunks will help climb back up into that race, but a big win on home soil for the Elmira Pioneers. Tomorrow night, the Pioneers are headed to Niagara, but sadly we can't stream that game. Meanwhile, Jamestown will head to Geneva. So again, if you're a Pios fan, check onto Point Streak, check the live stats. Unfortunately, there will be no stream in Niagara. Streams will resume with the next game. Back at Dunn Field on Monday, I'm Taylor Storworthy. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the night. The Pios take win number 7. Oh, and I also forgot. Congratulations to Kevin Serrano. He gets his 2nd victory of the season.